Ladies and gentlemen, today is Thursday. Sorry, let's try that again. Ladies and gentlemen, today is Tuesday, August 27th. And this is the start of the Sasquatch B Studios Game Jam 2024. And I should have known better about the date, considering I was just streaming 2 hours ago. So yes, we are doing 2 streams in one day. The other one was for a crash course in learning how to draw. So if any of you watching this is wanting to get into learning how to draw, you feel that maybe you don't have the skills or the talent necessary for it, I would highly recommend checking out that video. But today, we are going to be focusing on yet another game jam. So far, we have done 2 already this year. We have done the Pirate Software Game Jam, and we did the GMTK Game Jam. Now we are going to join our friends Brandon and Nikki in doing their very first game jam. So this is going to be a little bit smaller, a little bit more competitive. As you can see, there are only 182 people who are signed up for this one. And I suspect that part of the reason for that has to do with the fact that one of the requirements is that we use the Genies starter pack in our build. So Genies is graciously sponsoring this year's Game Jam with cash prizes. And one of the requirements to show off that is that we use this starter asset pack here, which I believe is only for Unity. I didn't see any other packets for things like Godot or Unreal. So that may also be contributing to the smaller numbers, is rather than being open to any particular engine. I believe it is limited strictly to Unity. So Genies, for those who may not be aware, they create customized 3D avatars. And so this is their website here, showing off the kinds of assets that we will be required to incorporate into our jam. I don't know if we're going to have to do character customization or anything like that. However, one thing I did notice when looking through the asset pack the other day, let me just refresh that so we get the latest version, is they actually do have, it looks like, an actual character controller with pre-made scripts and everything in here. So some of the work that we did making our own character controller and camera controller and state machine might not even be necessary, because I did not know that they were including this in there. But before we get into any of that, I think first things first, we need to come and find out what the theme was. So there was voting done on possible themes. So the options were for Evolve, Secrets of the Depths, Gods and Mortals, Survival, Lost Worlds, Enchanted Garden, and Time Loop. So I was just going through the other day and coming up with different potential concepts that could fit maybe a number of these different ones. But now we get to see what the actual theme is going to be. So let me turn this up so that you all can have a listen as well.
Hey guys, welcome to the theme reveal video for the very first Sasquatch B Game Jam. In case you don't know, a Game Jam is an event where game developers from all over the world create a video game from scratch in a very short amount of time, and in this case it's 1 week. So this video marks the start of the jam. It has officially begun. And if you're participating in the jam, be sure to join our Discord right now, because from 9 to 5 Pacific time, August 28th and August 29th, there will be dev experts from the Genies team on there in the Jam support channel to help you with any technical questions you might have. And now it is time to reveal what you've all been waiting for. The theme for Sasquatch B Game Jam 2024 is... Okay, we actually have a tie somehow between Evolve and Time Loop. So we are going to do a coin flip, I guess. So heads, Evolve wins, and tails, Time Loop wins. And there you go. Evolve. Okay, you have 1 week. The jam ends on September 3rd at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. For your reference, I've included a link to the jam page, as well as our Discord server and the Genies assets in the description below. If you're just now joining the jam, be sure to give the jam page a read on itch.io, because there are cash prizes, so you'll want to ensure that you're abiding by the rules so that you are eligible to win. Good luck to all of you. I cannot wait to see what all of you make in a week.
Cool. So, honestly, I kind of probably would have preferred Time Loop, to be honest, but we could still probably incorporate that somehow in this. Evolve and Secrets of the Depths were kind of the ones that I was leaning less towards, in particular because I'm not very experienced with 3D assets. So part of what I'm hoping to do with this game jam is to become more comfortable with the 3D pipeline, with working with other assets, because one of the things I imagine we're going to have to do is get very familiar with things like rigging and IK. Excuse me. But before we do any of that stuff, so we can get rid of this, close this out. And we will make a new folder. Call this one Sasquatch Studios 2024. And of course, we are going to be making a game design document. So GDD blank template. Okay. Hide this 1 second, just to make sure I'm on the right one. Okay. So for anybody who doesn't know what a game design document is, we have a video on our channel that talks all about what they are, when to use them, why to use them, how to make them. Even though I am working solo, and this is only for a week-long game jam, I'm going to be making one because it is our philosophy that making them is going to be more of a time saver than it is a time sink. So it may only take us about an hour or two to go through and fill out this document. And we have links to templates such as this one. But I think you will come to find that even though it is not a requirement of this jam, like it was with the Pirate Software Game Jam, that it will help immensely in terms of organization and clarifying and A/B testing ideas. And for those of you working in a team, it will also serve as a useful communication tool as well. So if any of you has no idea what these are, what I'm talking about, why to make them, definitely check that video out. Also, as I said, we just finished doing a art stream and crash course on drawing, so definitely check that out as well. So, coming back to here, the theme is going to be Evolve, and let's get some music going. As always, I like to use a Cult of the Lamb soundtrack, not just because it's free, but because it's awesome. Let's see. Praise the Lamb extended. One of these days I will make this an honest to God playlist, but for now. I also don't know that I'm necessarily going to be streaming for too long. Again, I already streamed for 5 hours today. So don't expect an all-nighter, but we will see how things go. Okay. Turn that down just a little bit, just for nice background music. Okay. So, the theme is Evolve. Oh yes, we should also come down to where we have our known issues. Time constraints of 1 week, working solo, required to use Beanie's starter assets pack. Limited knowledge of 3D pipeline. Hopefully eventually I'll get to stop saying that in these videos. Okay, so coming back to here. So just to go over some of the ideas that I was thinking of before the official start of the jam. Farming sim obviously seems like it would fit a lot of these, particularly Enchanted Garden and Evolution. Survival exploration, sort of like a Minecraft or like Don't Starve type of game, combining 3D models with a 2.5D environment. So again, I don't know what all types of assets come in the starter pack, and I don't have a lot of 3D assets that I've purchased on the Unity Asset Store, nor do we have a lot of time to really make 3D models. I don't have the skills to use Blender, and we don't have any teammates that could be helping out in that regard. So probably what I'm going to have to do is get particularly creative and come up with some sort of combination effect here, although I'm not sure how that will look. It may be a clash of styles, so we need to be mindful of that. Plants growing over time with different paths, that still seems like it would fit. Cave diving for hidden treasure. Egg hatching sim like Cult of the Lamb. So I have been playing a lot of Cult of the Lamb recently on streams, and one of the things that you can do in there is breed hatchlings, and you can select different traits and sort of choose what kind of pedigree you want them to have. So that was sort of what I was thinking there. Aztec Simulator was going to be for mainly if it was like a gods and mortals type of thing, sort of like a cookie clicker thing where you try and stab as many hearts as possible. I don't think we're going to be doing that one. Plant ingredients, grow a garden, offer them to the gods for reward that change the weather or harvest yield. Or Majora's Mask style quest based on time. So Then I came up with this idea for a game sort of centered around the butterfly effect. So the butterfly effect is, you know, a butterfly beats its wings and it causes a hurricane on the other side of the world. The idea that you have sort of rippling out unintended consequences from certain actions. So like you go back in time, you change one simple innocuous thing and it ripples out from there to create God only knows what kind of havoc in the present. The Simpsons actually did a variant of this where Homer went back in time, stepped on a bug, and it completely, you know, changed his future, erased his family, things like that. He goes back in time, he like beats every living creature he sees, and then winds up back in a world of like perfect perfection where it's like raining donuts from the sky, and his wife is incredibly attractive, and his children are all obedient. But there was like one little hang up where they didn't know what donuts were because it rained frequently. So when he asked for one, he couldn't bear the thought of being without them, ironically enough. So the idea of like combining the time loop with the evolution effects. So farming sim involving caves, ocean survival, time loop mechanics, go back to different time periods to cause stuff to change in the future. Your sacrifices to the gods affect your outcomes. Then I was thinking, okay, what if you weren't the one sacrificing? What if you were the god itself? And you go in a sort of like Garden of Eden style thing, where you plant seeds in the past, and cultivate them, and then see what they become in the future. And then you have the option to go back in time and change some things or lock in your progress. Sort of combining like Harvest Moon or Stardew Valley with like the Majora's Mask time loop. Then I got the idea of, you know, what if instead of it being a strict loop, what if you could just rewind or go forward, but you could only rewind up to a certain amount of time? And then there were certain events that would happen kind of like in Braid where they were unaffected by the change of time. Then I was thinking like, okay, what if you're like Adam in the Garden of Eden? You are the emissary of the gods, tasked with tending the garden. In eternal paradise, you must grow things, name the animals, protect and evolve those life forms in your charge from the forces of darkness. And periodically use things that you grow to make offerings to your deity to gain special powers. Powers include new crops, new evolutionary paths, better grow conditions. You can summon rain, fertilizer, create fire, create tools, travel back in time, undo certain actions. You get deity points to spend on upgrades, commensurate with the quality of your offering. Then I had one, I was thinking like, okay, well, what if it's the Lost Worlds one? Maybe we could do the same thing with like dinosaurs, for instance. You know, feed them different plants to make them grow and evolve. If it was for the depths, you could do the same thing, but underground, or even with gems instead of plants. But I don't think we have to worry about that. And then also thinking about, you know, maybe instead of tending the garden, because maybe that's too big of scope, that what if you're sort of like a detective in the Garden of Eden and you're tasked by God to figure out who's behind a series of events, you know, like the temptation of Eve and the murder of Abel. And you only have 3 days to figure it out, but you can go back in time. So the gameplay is sort of like Majora's Mask, wherein you have a bunch of time-based quests, but the vibes are more like a Yu Yu Hakusho detective story where you're interviewing demons that were cast out of heaven. So the theme is going to be evolve instead. So part of this is going to depend on what the actual assets look like, how easy they are to change, because I noticed in let's go back to the genies page. So some of their kits you got sort of like goth characters. You have like different kind of outfits. So I'm trying to think about, most of these look like they're geared towards sort of like a modern urban environment. So I'm wondering, you know, how feasible would that be with sort of like an ancient times Garden of Eden kind of thing? There are a couple that could theoretically be, you know, time independent, like this one or this one. So I think maybe what we should do before we get into any of this is open up the starter pack. I think for now, we'll still call it butterfly effect. So 3D pipeline. Do we want built-in pipeline or universal render pipeline? That would be a good thing to figure out. So it looks like they're using the universal render pipeline. So Universal Core 3D. I guess we can always change the render pipeline. I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with how to do that. So let's call this butterfly effect. I'm not sure if we'll be sticking with that name. We'll have to see. Yeah, we can create it in the D folder. So we'll give that a second to load up. And then, of course, we'll bring in our standard favorite assets like hot reload and V hierarchy. We'll see whether we need to import any of those other assets that we made, like the camera controller and things like that. Because I did see they have an input system as well. So we did make our own input handler along with the character controller, but we were having issues with getting it to work with some of the menus, so I'm not sure what that was all about. All right, while that is loading, let's see if there is anything that we can do with the GDD so far. Okay, so we don't need this. Rename this butterfly effect. See if we can get some placeholder image, just so something interesting to look at. Sure, we'll go with that for now. Butterfly effect GDD. Scale that down massively. Evolving through time. Still like the deity's idea, offering stuff to the deity. So like maybe our genies could be the deities, right? So genies in a literal sense, like jinn. So they could be sort of spiritual entities, supernatural entities. All of your offerings. La-da-dum. Dum. Okay. So probably the next thing we'll want to work on is the core loop. That's almost done installing. So I'm just going to put all 4 of those in because A, it's more creative, B, it'll give us something to shoot for. So what will you be doing over and over again? Grow and evolve to produce better offerings your deity. Depending on what you offer, you get rewards to go back in time, change crop stats and effects, evolve new plant species. Again, some of this will depend on just how good it looks combining the 2D and 3D stuff, or also if there are any kind of asset packs that might be available on the asset store. So let us go have a perusal, shall we? Let's see what we actually have in our assets. So we have skyboxes, ropes and cables, the music and sound effects we'll probably use, dialogue system we might wind up using, V hierarchy, text animator, hot reload due tween, Midgard skybox we might actually wind up using, depending on how good these look with that particular style. Any shadow. I forget what this does. Ah, yes, for customizing our hierarchy. I don't think we need that necessarily. Fantasy forests and ruins. That could maybe be something. Right, that could be something that we play with. Hagwitch animations. Again, I am not too familiar with rigging and IKs and doing animations of this sort, so we'll have to see. Oh, interesting. Was that like a potion stand? Yeah. Better fog, breeze, advanced character controller. So this is why I was saying we might be able to get away with doing dinosaurs. We still might. I don't know how many different kinds there are here. I think it's all just mamas and babies of a different species. I also don't know how good they'll necessarily look together with the genies. What was this again? I don't remember. Mobile FPS, right? Modular stylized characters. Transitions. Complete modern UI. UI pixelator. So giving sort of like a hyperlight drifter effect. Here we have some more monsters. I feel like these are a little bit low poly. I feel like I've seen this in something before. I think this was like from the one of the Unity demos. Mountain Lake. Again, this seems like maybe a little bit too high def compared to what we'll be working with. Abandoned industrial factory. Seems a little bit out of place for the whole deity thing, but it definitely fits sort of the modern style. Dreamscape Nature Mountain. I think I saw like Christina Creates Games use this in one of her game jams. This might also fit because we got like ruins and arches and stuff. So that's a possibility. So it would depend on how well they play together. I'm not sure that I necessarily want to get into like terrain sculpting and things like that. It's been a decade since I did anything with that, so I don't know necessarily how difficult that will be. Maybe we just keep everything like flat ground for now. We'll see. We have feel, we have do tween. VFX. So that's more for like the polished stages, soft bodies, toon shader. So depending on how easy or difficult it is to create a toon shader and whether we're allowed to apply that to these characters, maybe that could help unify some of the different styles. RNG, storm effects. Was there a rain effect in that? I don't remember. It's for the shuriken system. So having things like rain and snow could be useful for weather systems. Let's see. Don't think we need that. I think this is destructible stuff. Yeah, probably don't need that. Terrain grid system. Endless runner, easy decal. I can't remember what I had that for. Vault inventory. I think that's just an inventory system. Dungeons, GUIs, spell packs. These are all just assets that I've gotten over the years. Alright, probably don't need that. Sky and weather. I think these are just skyboxes. Nature Forest Pack. That's a lot of foliage there. Footstep system. I know there are footstep sound effects. That could be something fun to play with. Easy state, all-in-one sprite shader. Of course, we're gonna have Odin probably. Terrain PBR textures. That could be useful for certain things, or environments. Also, depending on how it looks, I do have a bunch of 2D tileable textures. Another type of forest. This might actually be pretty cozy. We'll have to see. It's even got like lakes and rivers and stuff. Bunch of different flowers, so that actually might help a lot, considering I was concerned about us not having, you know, sort of 3D vegetation. Maybe we can just grow some. And we got different types of ground terrain. So, oak forest environment. There's also low poly vegetation. It's like these could conceivably be different growth stages. Got lots of different kinds of flowers and mushrooms. Clouds. So we have a couple different styles. And then like low poly skies as well. So we'll have to see. Fantasy forest. That also looks really nice, actually. So far, I'm really leaning towards this, because this kind of looks like it fits this style. So we might have a winner there. Bio IK. Bunch of PBR materials. Okay. So current contenders are let's see, where should I put this? We'll put it under software. Genie Starter Pack, Unity Engine, Krita, Illustrator, what did I say it was? Oak, Forest Pack, Top-Down Fantasy Forest Pack, Between the hierarchy, I don't know if it's an RPG, but maybe we'll see. Target audience, people who like casual, cozy farming sims. Also people who can spell properly. Was there a requirement for what kind of build this had to be? Didn't say, so probably just standard WebGL and PC. Player experience. Casual, cozy, crafting and farming. There should be relaxed, not too stressed. Intriguing combinations, discovery. Sense of enchantment and wonder. Inspirations. Stardew Valley, Harvest Moon. For lack of anything else at the moment. Okay. Okay, so now this is open. My assets. Hot reload. Been going almost an hour so far. Okay, fine. Import. Next, we'll do the hierarchy. Okay. Because that will make my life a a lot easier. Excuse me. The hierarchy. What else? We need the input system. And I remember reading in the README there was one other one I think we needed. Oh, Cinemachine. So I'm not too familiar with how Cinemachine works on the back end. I do know that there are a couple places I can go and get tutorials if we need. Code Monkey, Sasquatch Studios, among others. But we might not have to do that. Yes. All right, and that'll just take a second to load up because most of it's already built. Okay, and Cinemachine. Install. Drink some coffee while we wait. So it's already 9 o'clock here. Not sure what time it is where you guys are. I want to say Brandon is on the West Coast, but I can't recall. Okay, so something else that we can do is we can add from a Git URL. So if we go back to the Genie's starter pack and should be able to copy the path. I always forget how to do this. I don't know if we need the entire URL. Could not find that. I think it's just com. Let me look this up. Unity upload from Git URL. To GitHub, upload from GitHub. Open package manager. The URL should start with HTTPS or git at. Alternatively, you can add the package by modifying your project manifest.json file directly. I'd rather not. I'd rather just it work. Back to Unity. Maybe I have to do that. No. No. What am I doing wrong here? Followed by the repository hostname path .git. There we go. No? Still no. I was sure that would be it. Let's see. So they're using Unity's built-in third-person controller. They don't say how to upload it to Unity. All right. I just do the COM portion of it. Just see if anybody on the Discord has having trouble importing the package through the package manager using add via Git. Import link as I'd rather not go into the project JSON then. That's if I have to. Alright, see if anybody says anything about that. What else can we import in the meantime? Text Mesh Pro, is that already in here? Text Mesh Pro. Here, we'll update that while we're waiting. I did actually see on their website they had yeah, they have an Ava Max one, which I thought was really cool. Kind of wish I could use that one, but I could understand why we wouldn't be able to. All right. Let me just take another look at this. Yeah, so far I think this is probably going to be the one we wind up using. All right, looks like the guys from Genies are responding. So we'll give that another second. Come back to here while we're waiting. All right, so primary mechanics to be able to interact with objects by interactable, to pick up, put down, or apply effects, talk to NP. The main deity that you Oh, is that a different one? That could be the problem. Hmm. Oh yeah, speaking of, while we are waiting for that, we should probably also get the JSON Newton soft so that we can use our saving and loading. And I always forget how to do this. Let's see if this works. No, that is not working. Enter a valid git URL. No git executable is found. Alright, that's annoying. Alright, so that's going to take a minute to download all of that. other characters around that you can interact with. Oh yes, while we're waiting for that. Package manager, my assets, dialogue system. We'll see how easy it is to hook this up and get this running. Back to this. Not really going to be much in the way of puzzles or combat. Ask you for growth system, plant, water, fertilize, and harvest crops, them up and deliver them. Track of currently held item, selective breeding. Plant status effects for your plants. So things could be like size, health, color, type. So like things like, you know, pumpkin, flower, tomato, etc. Growth rate, resistance to pests, resistance to weeds, water requirements, fertilizer requirements, soil type, water type, special farming station to breed two types together, a new variety. All right, are you guys done yet? Would appear so. That is a lot of stuff. Whatever. We'll just import all that. We'll figure it out as we go. Back to here. Value, seed cost. So we might have to use our handy dandy factory method for this again. Alright, so maybe some plants will be diurnal, some will be nocturnal. So special systems, so weather mechanics, sun, rain, snow, lightning. Day-night cycle. Shop system, inventory system. And reward given. All right, what else? Okay, this should be do you want to add standalone input definitions for joystick axes? So the input connect when the player is using a joystick. No. Honestly, who uses a joystick these days anyway? I assume joystick meaning like this kind of a thing rather than this kind of a thing. Okay, put you off to the side for now. Why can I not dock you with game? Fine, we'll dock you there. Text animator. All right, and then after that, we will import our save system and our required assets. And it seems we've been going for about an hour already, hour and 20 minutes. Okay. I'm just concerned if I close this out, will I be able to get this back? All right. Let us go and... So those two packages should have been downloaded by now. And while we're waiting for that, let me just make sure that we have enough space on our disk. Yes, 100 gigs still. So streaming is not an issue. Okay. Can I just drag you in here? I guess I could ask the team on there, since they're in the chat. Oh, well, that's not good. Maybe corrupted or was serialized a newer version of Unity. I am using 2022 LTS version. Mm-hmm. Interesting. So these are both, ew, Lua. I have no idea how to use Lua. Rendering. Can never remember where to find this. Okay, so if it turns out that we can't use the 2022 LTS version of this, then I might have to quit this game jam, because I'm not really interested in installing the beta 2023 version. Sorry. In the meantime, let's see if we can install a universal render pipeline. I never remember how to find this. Again, why do we still have this? Just get rid of that in favor of all of this. Render texture. Thought there were more options here. So far, everything is just going great. Google, Unity, add universal render pipeline. Oh, you know what? That's why. Mm-hmm. While that's loading, let me unpack our Newton Soft. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Also, this pack is like almost a gig in size. Scenes. Hello. Okay, so it looks like it might have worked. Stick you off to the side for now. Okay. Let's go back here. And throw Newton Soft into here. So many errors. What is all this? All right, let's get rid of that. Alright, Unity, Newtonsoft JSON, import link. This is what we wanted. Okay. No. It was something like that. This. Right, where it's calm. It's so annoying. Okay, so we don't want the at portion. Thank you. I don't know why that's always so difficult. So, can I do that? Alright, Newtonsoft is in. Okay. Get rid of this for now. No. Alright. Add you back in. Alright, just giving the developers some feedback here. Okay. So, README. Sure, we'll open you in Notepad. Genie Starter Pack is a Unity project containing 5 rig avatars, each with a humanoid skeleton, 15 facial blend shapes for real-time animation, and a sample integration. So do I need that package? Okay. Load the avatar locomotion.unity scene file and hit play. It's WSD to navigate around. Okay. Licensing, don't really care. I'm guessing these are scripts. Okay. We have this basic armature here. Sound effects for walking. Okay. So, playground. Bunch of reflection probes. Scene, playground. So, obviously, that's gonna be a problem. So, let us see what we can do about this. Blue mat. Before we do anything, universal render pipeline. Project settings. All right, you know what we're going to do here? We're going to close this down. We're going to come into this folder. looking at this right now. The project was last saved with a different version of Unity. Okay. Um, okay, so it is opening. It's just going to take a while. All right. While that's loading, let's go back to this and see if we can flush out some more of our GDD. So let's just work on the assumption for a second that they are all, you know, sort of futuristic characters. So say a bunch of characters from modern times got the modern era, got pulled back in time, a package has invalid dependencies. When saying the most likely solution to materials, etc., not working properly in your Unity project, go to Window, Rendering, Render Pipeline Converter, and convert the assets to the one you are using. Okay. It's always something, isn't it? I can never just have a nice, easy project doing these game jams, can I? Okay. So you're saying rendering, render pipeline converter. This tool converts project elements from the built-in render pipeline to URP. Okay. Well, I don't care about backing it up because there's nothing really happening so far. This might have helped for the other project that we were doing was at Gravity Drive, when we were having the same issue with the ships. Save scene. Let's call it test scene. All right, while that is going, we'll have some of this lovely pizza. So my cousin came over from Seattle with his daughter. He does work for the U.S. Department of Treasury, so he was down in D.C. and then decided to swing up here to New Jersey for a couple of days. I think he saw a Yankee game, and he's taking his daughter to go see, Central Park and what is it? What's the name of that station? Why can I not remember? Grand Central Station. Okay. Yeah, may as well import TMP while we're at it. Just installing all the things, all of them. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. So let's try moving around. Okay. So we can jump, we can sprint. We can go upstairs. Can we push this block? I'm not sure how. It's also not going out of the walking animation. But we have a nice little playground to work in. Okay. And we can go up there. All right, let's see if it works with a controller out of the box. It does. Oh, yay. That is so nice. How do we sprint? So L2 is sprint. Jump. Can we push things? Okay. So at least have a basic character controller working. We can run around, we can sprint, we can jump, we can look at things. Cool. Okay. So that was a relief. Something at least is working. So let us take a look. We have our massive environment here. Our gray boxing, all of these little boxes and such. So we've got our lighting, directional light, reflection probes, cool. Main camera. So the main camera has a Cinemachine brain on it. Player follow camera. So this is our virtual Cinemachine camera. So if we go out of play maximize, Is this going to tell us to look at the camera? No. So what happens if we click on this? So go to our player follow camera, lock this. What happens if we tell it to do that? So it's not actually doing anything. Framing transposer. Orbital transposer. So it's orbiting this. Okay, so framing transposer would be if we wanted to have it be sort of like a cinematic cutscene if we wanted from a particular angle. Okay. Path is required. Okay, that makes sense. Because we're tracking dolly and transposer. Aim. Interesting. So it's definitely looking at this object. Okay. So we need to adjust the aim conditions. We want to change the look at. So instead of hard look at, point of view. Okay, so it's just looking in that direction. It's not actually. Just getting a feel for how the camera works. Interesting. So we could probably make it so that we have some kind of object that it follows. So player armature. Probably what we want to do is, instead of the armature mesh, maybe use one of these models. Let's see. So that's the environment. So we got a bunch of prefabs here. And third-person controller character. So it's got auto walk run blend. Interesting, it doesn't actually have an idle state, it looks like. Okay, so materials for that, models, armature. Here's our characters. So they have the avatars, the body, clothes, eyebrows, eyes, hair, inner mouth, model, underwear. We have Clementine, Sky, Sticker, and Xander. Okay. If we go to the player armature, let's duplicate this. Turn that off for now. Player follow camera. And that's all of the skeleton. Okay, so those are all the bones. Let's close this out. Let's go over to you. Hide this. So we've got Alex here. Again, not sure why it's telling me that. So no animator controller for you. So let us do... what is your animator controller? Starter assets, third person. So yours, where is this located? Jump. Piece. Walk. Wave. Okay. Okay. Starting to do some things here. I'm not sure what all of this is. This looks like the textures for each of the characters. Okay, so model. Letterbox alert panel animator controller. Portrait animator controller. Canvas group animator controller. Where is that? Oh, in so that's inside text animator. I see. Okay. So we don't need to worry about that just yet. So let's get Alex here. We'll give you the genie's third person. Okay, so you've got your avatar here. And what else does this need? So that needs character controller. Let's copy this. Paste component as new. Third person controller. Copy component. Paste component as new. Okay, so player input actions. Starter input actions. What else is on here? Basic rigid body push. Copy component. Starter assets inputs. I don't know how necessary those are, but okay, so these are just our game inputs. I see. Okay, so let's not mess with that just yet. Does this need to be on the actual object? You have a whole bunch of parameters here. Player input. This is all kind of gross. All right, starter asset inputs. Okay, so it does need to be on that because it's getting it from component. This is not how I would have done it. I would have maybe just done a Okay, so we're gonna have to do a bit of refactoring of this tomorrow and just kind of strip all this down and see what it is that we're looking at here and rework some of this stuff so that we understand it, so that we are able to use it. Okay. That's a skinned mesh renderer. Okay, save. Let's see if this does anything for. Okay. So we are continuously hopping. So clearly there is no like exit condition or anything for that. Okay. We also have no movement speed. We don't need two of these. So let's just delete this one. Player camera root. So you don't have a player camera root. Okay. Assign that. All right, so you have all of this stuff. Move speed. Move speed. Sprint speed. speed change rate. Cinemachine camera target. For camera route. Okay. Base rigid body push. Okay. So I'm guessing that's if we want to do like soccer band puzzles. Does our character have a rigid body? Our character does not have a rigid body. Do these things have rigid bodies? It does not appear that they do. That's got a box collider. What happens if we, you have a mesh collider? You do, okay. So if we add a rigid body to you, and let's just say that, okay. Put you on the pushable there, and then come back to our character. All right, so we'll see if that does anything. No touchy. So we still can't move. We can look around. We are still bouncy. Okay. So we don't have anything set for input module or camera there. Cinemachine target. Those are all the same. Let's ask the devs. I noticed the prefab avatars have a mesh renderer, whereas the third person or prefab uses skinned mesh. How easy is it to convert from one to the other. You add other animations such as from So instead of that, do we maybe want a skinned mesh renderer? There's a whole bunch of stuff in my way here, so let's turn off the gizmos. Alright, so that's the body geometry. Clothes geometry. Eyebrows. Eyes. Hair. Inner mouth. Underwear. Okay. So presumably we can just swap these out easily. So let's say player. We swap this out. I would have thought that you could just swap these. We kind of can. Not really. Okay. How easy is it to build our own, I wonder? I'm also testing out All right, don't need this anymore. Don't need this anymore. Get rid of all of that. Close this out. All right. I'm going to take a 5-minute break to go and use the bathroom, and then we'll be right back to continue with this. Okay, we are back. So something I would like to try is just setting these guys all up alongside each other just to see who we have. Okay, so as predicted, they're all very urban. Oh, I like that. They actually all have the Sasquatch Studios logo on their shirts. Cool. That's a very cool shirt there. Or hoodie, I guess. Alex seems to be the only one that doesn't have... Oh, nope, they got a little patch there on their lapel. Okay, so these kids are all very urban in nature. How are you checking for ground? Physics.check sphere. I didn't know that was a thing. Turns true if there are any colliders overlapping the sphere defined by a Wow! Is that recent? I don't remember that. Huh. I know there was like physics.overlap sphere, but check sphere. Are there others like that? Physics. Interesting. Find all colliders touching that. Interesting. Right, so something that we didn't change, I don't think. So ground layers is default. But you are also default, I believe. No, this object only. Where is your collider, sir? Or madam? Interesting. So you don't have a collider. So this is just saying character controller.move jump. So if we're grounded, yeah, I'm not at all happy with this default character controller here. There's too much stuff going on that I don't quite understand. So we might just wind up ripping this out and making our own. Possibly using our finite state machine. We'll have to see. Okay, right, so you have that as your input. So you can move just fine. So all of that is still working apart from the movement. And I suspect that the reason for that is because it's not triggering something in the animator. Player. For now. Oh, there we go. So we just had to turn apply root motion off. Cool. So now we have our little characters going. Sweet. Right, so let's see. Can we push this? We can. We should probably make it so that we freeze the rotation on that. Also, let's give it a little bit more mass. Let's run up here and push this. Okay, so it's obviously going very slow, but it is doing the thing. Let's make you like that, so we can find you more easily. Okay. And with our player, let's give you a bit more speed. Make your speed about 5. And your sprint speed will say about 8. Save. Okay, this is exciting. So we actually have something working. And look, we can go pretty fast now. And we can run really fast. Okay, and push this off the edge. Cool. So we can push stuff around. Can we push it back up the stairs? That would be an interesting question. I'm gonna guess no, because it'll just hit that base, and because it doesn't have rotation, so it'll probably go up the slope. Really, it won't go up the slope. Okay, how about if we give it the ability to rotate again? So now it'll go up. Ah. So put your mass back at 10. and now you're just kind of stuck there. Okay. So it is yeeting that with way too much force. So once again, rigid bodies being the bane of my existence. Not all working the way I would imagine them to. But we got a basic character up and running, so that's cool. And we can push stuff around. So we would probably want colliders on all of you, so that we can't just run through you. I still want like a dodge roll ability. Okay. Alright, what would be the next thing to do here? Let us see how they look in this farming pack. Alright, so prefabs. Folder. Prefabs. Okay, scenes. Go back to this sample scene and let us import my assets. Who is messaging me on Discord? Who are you? Apparently you and I are in a lot of shared Discords together. Sure, I will accept your friend request. Alright, let's put streamer mode back on. Okay, import this. So, if the character looks good in this environment, then we'll go back to the GDD and flush out the like the sort of Farmingville kind of thing. If not, we have to come up with another concept here. Maybe we'll see if the industrial zone fits them better. Given their sort of cartoony style, I would think that it would fit within this. So we're going to need like an eye interactable system. we'll need to do stuff with the dialogue. Lots of materials. Okay, sure. Import all of that. We'll see how easy the dialogue system is, because if we can get like at least them running around with dialogue, then we can make sort of a narrative adventure. Like, I'm a pretty good writer. I have written 3 novels before. Links in the description. If you would like to purchase and read those and find out for yourself. So like, if nothing else, if we have like 5 characters that can all talk to each other. Okay. Close this for now. Let's see. Scenes built in. Bunch of reflection probes. I have no idea how those work. Right, so we're gonna have to do this again. Windows, rendering. At least I don't have to sit there and recreate all these manually, which is good. Array for automated processes. Cool. Creator properties can't be added to the global property sheet. Fine, whatever. Alright, so Alex, let's add you. Okay. And prefabs. Apparently these didn't get re-rendered. Hey Alteron, good luck with the game jam. Thank you. So far it's going okay. We are definitely stretching our comfort zone here. So we have a camp. It's got some bags, some barrels. Not sure what this is. Some kind of fortress-like thing. Okay, makes sense. So like we could have like a thing that has like money. We can have sort of an inventory backpack. We could have like some shops. Campfire. So go from like that to that, for instance. And maybe like a little flame shader over top. I'm sure I have one of those somewhere. Okay, so we've got a camp, we've got some like cliff rocks, we've got some foliage. Let's see. Import? No. Render. I wonder if there's a way to like redo them individually, since some of these aren't re-importing. If any of you in the chat knows, please let me know. This is otherwise going to be a perennial problem, I fear. We also check out some of like the terrain that they have. So if we can get foliage going, that makes me optimistic for our garden idea. And then presumably we could go on to like Mixamo and look up different animations for humanoids doing gardening things. So something that's important to keep in mind is being able to separate the logic from the visuals. So even though we might have, let's say we wanted to have like a dodge roll ability, like in Dark Souls. So you could trigger the animation and it'll do the dodge roll animation, but you still have to move and resize the physical capsule and transform. Interesting. So conversion complete with errors. This converter, so some of the materials weren't able to convert. Why? All right, let's not worry about that just yet. So we have other prefabs. So we have wind and we have a camera. What is that? Is that just a wind zone? How does that work? Wind strength. Ah, it is a wind zone. Interesting. I have no idea how wind zones work. We'll find out today. Triforge tree LOD. Standard cull off. Universal render pipeline lit. Alright, see, these all got converted to universal render pipeline lit. So what if we interesting. What is Triforge? I have no idea what Triforge is. Does anyone know? Triforge Unity shader. Is that like a custom shader? Triforge assets. So did you just make a oh, interesting. He's got other packs here too, like a village. So we got like that top-down forest pack. could get the village pack, and then we'll actually have like a village. Oh, interesting. So he does have a version for like URP. So HGRP. So village URP. Before we go ahead and buy that, let's just make sure that these things look good next to our characters here. So universal render pipeline, lit. What material are you using? You're using some kind of LOD group. The renderer uses static batching and instance shaders. When the player is active, instancing is disabled. If you want instant shaders at runtime, disable static batching. I have no idea if that's a good idea or not. What material are you using otherwise? Okay, let's try that. Shader cull, standard cull off. Their equivalent of that? We have this sort of grassy texture, bush set BC, with a normal map. So we need something that has a normal map. I have no idea what that other one is, but that looks pretty nice, right? So how many of these other ones would we have to do that for? So this is a tree LOD using spruce billboards. So I did see a speed tree one in here. Not you. So prefabs foliage. Spruce trunk and spruce branch. Okay. Okay, so you're using spruce trunk BC, and that's for a mask. Spruce trunk normal. Okay, so let's go back to universal render pipeline lit. Spruce trunk BC. Oh, I see. That's like ambient inclusion. Okay. Looks like it's doing the thing. So this is spruce branch. Spruce normal. Okay. So we're gonna need some kind of a mask for that. So let us try speed tree. Hmm. Maybe we make a custom shader. Oh, that works. So speed tree, something 8, I think. Yeah, PBR lit. Okay, so that makes me happy. Let's go back to our materials here. so universal speed tree, keep our lit. What is this? Spruce billboards. Spruce normal map. What is this? Grass. Grass tall. What is this? Water. Water. Okay. I have no idea what the water wants. Let's see. It's like a big search puzzle, yeah. Prefabs. I don't even know where the water is. What is this? You are using that. See, so like you're rendering there, but you're not rendering here. This sometimes happens. Alright, are there any other materials that are still giving us problems besides the water? Doesn't look like it. So... it's entirely possible that I didn't get the URP version of this, and that's why it's doing that. So let us try and add a couple things here. I don't know, chat. I would say that's a pretty good stylistic match. That looks pretty good to me. What else we got? I don't even know what that is. Is it like a pipe? Oh, it's like a bedroll. Okay. Big old mushrooms. So we're just seeing if these things look good. Oh, it's even got a light on it. And what else? Some foliage. Some kind of cobblestone. And a bunch of bushes. I really like the aesthetics of this pack. I like it a lot better than the Thinty pack, that's for sure. It's like if you're gonna prototype with stuff, might as well make it pretty. And it just so happens to fit stylistically with the Genie's assets here. So let's get our other characters. Speaking of, characters, prefabs. Models. Actually, the shadow is kind of helping. Obviously, that grass is way too big, but I'm not worried about that right now. All right. Let us see. Let us see if that still works. So I added a collider to the bridge, so we should be able to not fall through. Well, so much for not falling through. Bridge. Maybe we have to bring you up a little more. Maybe it can't be. Oh, goodbye. Let's turn gizmos off a second here. Nope. Up a little higher. Nope. Hmm. Where is our ground check? Hmm. That's a little concerning. Turn that off. Okay, there we go. Because obviously it's not completely convex since it's got concave parts to it. But now we should be able to put you back down. And let's play maximize so we can see. And we don't have the camera with a Cinemachine brain. Cinemachine brain. And we also don't have the camera follower, so that should be in prefabs. The player follow camera. And the follow route. Okay. There we go. Cool, so now we're running around in our little environment. Hey, these already have colliders on them. Nice. And grass floating in the air, but that's okay. We can run on these walls. Hey, that looks really good. Stylistically, that looks like they belong together. Oh, and we can even like climb up on this. And the fire effects aren't working, but that's okay. The lighting effects are, at least. Look at that. Nice orange glow on our character. We can come up to this table. So potentially we could have some crafting stations to interact with stuff. Right, we could do some cooking. Right, we got this bedroll here. It's like we could pick up our bedroll, we could go to sleep. Okay. Do the trees have collision? Here we test. Trees do have collision, but they're kind of in the middle of nowhere. So let us make it so that yeah, this has a mesh collider on it. Let's put the trees over here. And let's stop these bushes from floating. Alright, let's also see about flame, embers. What material are you using? Ember particle materials. I have no idea what we should have this be. It's some kind of like custom shader. Where are your shaders? Let's look at your shaders. So we have a water shader. Flame. So we would have to figure out how to convert those, potentially. Or just redo them. So that one's working, that one is not working. Why is that not working? Because that is using the flame shader. B particle materials. See, I don't know enough about shaders to know how to fix that. So that's just all the calculations. That's all comments. So it would have to be something in here, maybe. Include. Let's go to Google. How to convert a shader to work with URP Unity. Select either upgrade project materials to URP or upgrade selected materials to URP. Open, generate lighting. Rendering. Converter. So 12 things could not be converted. Why? Is it just the case that I have to go and get the URP version of this? Which one do I have? Let's find out. We have top-down fantasy forest. And if we go to here, so this one is the one that we have. So we would need the URP ones. So you know what? I like this asset well enough that we could probably use it for a lot of other things. Before we do that, maybe there's a chance that he reused the same shader in the other one. So let's go get this one. I'll take this off of here for now. All right, that's URP Fantasy Village. Yes. And empty the recycling bin while we're waiting. Cue up some more music while we're waiting. Okay, so we got that. Fantasy Village. So I think the reason for it is because there's something to do with the way that Unity renders the objects out. So you have the built-in render pipeline, you have the 2D render pipeline, you have the universal render pipeline, and you have the HDRP render pipeline. On the back end, I don't know enough about how those work to be able to tell you what the differences are between them, but I do know that between those different pipelines, there are certain shaders, certain materials that don't work on some versus others. Usually URP works, as its name suggests, universally. So anything that's made in URP should work in pretty much anything. HDRP is usually reserved for like really high-end, high-polished stuff, like normally the kind of stuff that you would see made in Unreal Engine, for instance. So like even higher than like, or I guess like Elden Ring type quality would count for that, where you have like a lot of cinematics, a a lot of really high level models. But usually URP is good for most things. The built-in render pipeline is sort of becoming obsolete at this point. And then the 2D render pipeline is obviously for 2D stuff, specializing in like sprites and that sort of thing. So we'll see if we get lucky. Maybe he included the flame and water shader and the tree LOD in the universal one here. If I knew anything about Blender, or if I knew more about how the like the skinned mesh renders and such work, I could maybe even get it to where I could alter some of the models, or at least their clothing textures. But I don't know anything about that, so I really don't know. So let's go back to working on our GDD. I guess I can't include these because they're already included. So he has the tree top-down shader. He does not have the fire shader, unfortunately. Oh, we do have the flame shader. Okay, cool. All right. I'll have to sign up for this after the stream. Animations. We have a bunch of fantasy ones here. So presumably these all work with like humanoids. So we should be able to just plug and play these kinds of things in. Let's see. Yeah, Mixamo is very cool. I have yet to use it, obviously, but so what I'm thinking is we have our deity just kind of relaxing there, maybe in like this kind of a pose. Although I kind of want something more where it's like leaning like the Great Fairy. Could even have it be like admonishing us. Want it like laying on its stomach. This could work too. Something like that. Yeah, interesting. Zip lining. They're prone. I mean, those are all gun-based. Could have our god just like using a touch screen or something. This would be good for like the planting stuff. What do they have in the way of characters? Because like the requirement is that we use the starter packs. It didn't say we only have to use the starter packs. Like I've seen this guy used in a bunch of tutorials before. Could have like a nymph little character. Right. Mostly I'm just seeing what's available to us here. Goblin. Okay. So I will have to go and sign up for that after the stream. Yeah. So this kind of thing with Mixamo is good. Well, the animations are good for actual production use, but the characters themselves are mostly just for prototyping and placeholders. Okay. Flame failed to compile. Where is... So we have the Fantasy Forest, we have Fantasy Village. Materials. Scenes. Do we care about scenes? Maybe not. Could just use this complete demo scene. As opposed to having to build all this from scratch. That's kind of cheating, but so, camera. Camera. And let's get Alex in here again. From our prefabs. This Alex. And not that one. Alright, where did you go now? You're like way over there. We'll put you in the heart of downtown. That's got a train collider on it. Let's just make sure you're not going to go falling through the world. Okay. What? Right, because we deleted you. Um... Let me guess. Okay. Now, that should work. Alright, Alterton, take care. Hey, look at that. We're running around in an environment. An environment that we are a little bit too big for. But, no matter. That's still really cool. This is, like, really satisfying. You have no idea. I just wish I could change their clothes to be, like, more medieval. So, like, I definitely think we'll just use this environment out of the box, because the amount of time it would take me to recreate this would be insane. Like, I could spend the entire week just making this environment. And the point is just to focus on gameplay. So, like, instead of sitting here building a level, we could instead be building quests and stuff like that within this level. And that would be more fun. Right, so we could populate this world with a bunch of NPCs. Although I just realized that a lot of these items are actually sized correctly. It's the doors that are not correct. It's like, I think some of these houses might be a little bit too small. Alright, yeah, so I think what we want to do is just not care so much about the level design. We'll just use this. Obviously get rid of that. To achieve similar visuals, video, screenshots, you must configure following. Your scripter will render pipeline settings. Alright, whatever. Could leave that in, and that'll be like proof that this this world is not it's not real. But this just feels so cool. just the fact that we were able to get something like this up and running in a matter of 4 hours. Got like a little bedazzling on her. Can we not go in there? Okay, we can go in here. Alright, so now that we have an environment that works reasonably well, we need to come up with actual mechanics here. So let's exit out of this. Let's get sort of an aerial view of our little station here. So there's like a couple sections of the village. And then outside that, can we go outside that? I didn't even try. Is it worth trying? Should we put up invisible walls around there? Where are we? We're here. So if we go straight back, let's see if we can exit out of bounds, or if that's something that we have to worry about. Okay, so that is something we could potentially worry about. At least putting guardrails over here so that we can't fall off the world. But I would probably put them like way back over here. Like maybe make it so we can't even get up here. So that we can't see any of that stuff. Right, because there's like no reason not to be, for the scope of this game, there's no reason to leave the village, really. So we could just put a bunch of walls around all of this. So like, you're not allowed to go up on this ridge, kind of thing. It's like, maybe it'll stop you like here. So that'll be a problem for tomorrow. Something else we could maybe do is add like a mini map right away. That would be useful. So we can tell where we're going. It's like maybe each of these buildings could have an icon. Each of the trees could have an icon, like a green circle, maybe a blue square. We could have like a triangle for ourselves. Have like, you know, little triangles for any NPCs. Like NPCs could be in here. And we could have like this be interactable. You know, we have like the meat market, the cheese market, potion seller. So you can like come here, get water from the well. Like maybe, I don't know, we'll have to look and see if we can remove the lid from the well. What else is around this town, right? So we've got like these woods over here. Maybe we don't want to go into the woods. Or like you could go in the woods, but there's not much over here. It's like there's this other section of town. So we would have to get like very familiar with all of this. So figure out what's up with the collisions on these houses here. So where we can't go up these stairs. Little tiny homes. Right, so we got a baker, got a vegetable seller, another meat vendor, Right, so we could populate this town with a bunch of interesting characters. This place is pretty big, actually. Just some random floating rocks in the air. Alright, here's another well. So, like, maybe we can make it so that, like, all the wells could give you water. Maybe we make it so that you can't get to this upper part of town until you complete certain milestones. Right, so like you could have a guard or something here, so you're not allowed to go over here. And then obviously we'd have to put like some kind of collider to prevent you from cheating and doing that. So kind of like narrow your scope a little bit. So you could have like a tavern kind of thing. So I think that would be the way to go, is like just kind of limit the area that you're allowed to go. So like we would have to find a decent place for the goddess as well. So we do have the water. So yeah, I would have to look and study this map a little bit. Got these flags. Maybe we could have one place be your house. It's like we can make all of these interactable so that like you could plant and grow wheat, potentially. Sunflowers. Yeah, because the amount of time it would take me to rebuild a level like this would be pretty insane. Alright, so that's that village. What is this other scene here? Triforge assets. Scenes. So that's stem and hello. Preview URP. Ah. So that's all like the component pieces. And this is all very huge. Alright, so we got like all these different cliffs, all these different walls. Bunch of different house types. So this is just a bunch of fences around it. Okay, so we can go in and like modify some of this. Okay, so that's like all individual items on the tables. Not surprising. What about you? So it looks like the wheat is all one giant thing. What happens if we try and scale it? Interesting. Got like a couple different towers. So we could take like the base scene. And modify it a bit. What are all these things? Bunch of logs. Oh, we do have different size wheat things here. Okay, that's good to know. So we can grow individual wheat. We could have it be like that. And we have like individual flowers. So that's really cool. So maybe we spend one day where we do nothing but make sort of a proof of concept scene. And we'll leave that main scene to be the interactive scene. So like we have this small little area here. So like this could be like the starting area. And then you have to venture out from there. So we've got this whole section down here. We've got this section here, and then like this could all be walled off until you unlock it. And maybe we put like more walls and fences up along this ridge to discourage you from actually going up there. And then we just wall off the outside region. What is this? This is terrain. So these are just different sections of the terrain. Okay. So can we do like day and night? So, is that like the only light in the entire scene? I guess, maybe. We could do something like that. Or like that, even. There we go. That's how we do day and night. So literally just rotating this directional light over time. You know, like all our houses look like they have lights inside them already. See, like that's already a sun. So, looks like 0 is dawn, and then 180 is dusk. So that would be midnight. So that's actually really easy. So if we just rotate the sun around the x-axis over time. Like if the theme was anything other than evolve, we would have this down. So how are we going to work in the evolution? Bunch of characters from the modern era. Pulled back in time by a deity to teach the locals how to survive and thrive, bringing their society forward in time. See, I'm not really sure about that. Maybe the town can grow and evolve over time? Like maybe a lot of this area is just like barren and without buildings, and so like as you do things, buildings unlock. Alright, so pretty sure we don't need the oak forest pack. Right, usually 20 minutes is a decent length of time. Stardew day length. Time passes in 10-minute intervals. Each interval equates to about 7 seconds in real time. I'm sure this is known. Yeah, full day is like 14 minutes. So let's say 15 minutes. Build, plant, water, fertilize, harvest. As you talk and trade with characters and complete their missions, they open up to you. The goal is to keep everyone's quest and make everyone happy. The town will grow over time as new buildings going from small tents to large houses and shops. Starving backwater people who live in a medieval tent city. Plant grow a farm to feed them, and they will build down you over time. Once the town reaches a certain size, you will unlock the main manor area, and the guards will let you in. Let's get rid of like the enemy stuff. Yeah, so I like this idea that the town itself is what evolves. So it goes from like a little tent city, because I'm pretty sure we even have tents as an asset here. Right, so camp. So like we could set up like a little military section up here. And then like these things could go away after a while. Yeah, so we got like little tents. It's like, you know, maybe all these people start off living in like little shacks, like this kind of stuff. And then over time, you know, then they start together. They get real houses. Yeah, I like that. So... and so like this will be like the final area. And so like maybe your house evolves too. So like this could eventually be your house area. And so like these could be your crops. We could have like a little square patch of dirt kind of thing. What do we have that could serve as dirt? Anything? Maybe that. Or, I do have those other textures that I was talking about. So Calponic Studios actually sells a bunch of these kinds of textures. So I could have something like, let's see, ground. So something like that, for instance. We've got like a whole bunch of these. This can go in here. Right, this was our little test scene here. And this is just nothing. So like this could just go on the sun there, for instance. Yeah, so here's all the other little like tents and carts and stuff. You got like little pots of things. So we can make it so that like you're cooking stuff. It's like these little mines. Cool. Oh yeah, there's this demo scene too. Oh wow. It's like some kind of forest. Yeah, unfortunately the water is not really cooperating. So I may have to bite the bullet and just get the other one. Okay, so that's like the water asset. Let's take where's our main camera? And we'll take our buddy Alex here from Prefabs and follow camera. Let's start you in the center here. What did we forget? Camera. All right, that's camera main. Ground player. That might be why. There we go. Like some kind of fountain thing. It's like presumably that's supposed to be water as well. Like we can make mushrooms be pick-upable. Like maybe this could be like a separate area. So like, you know, you start here, you talk to the goddess in the fountain kind of thing. She says like, you know, go south, cross the bridge to the town and help the poor saps there. And then like you have to come out here to collect a bunch of mushrooms and crystals and stuff, whatever the people need. So like there's this little ringed area here. Obviously we would have to fix the water. That mist looks really cool. And there could be like an NPC here to talk to. So come up here. And you can't really go in the water. So maybe we just bar that off. So like just invisible walls here, so you can't go in the water. So there's this section. So like here's like some kind of mines, like maybe a goblin or a dwarf lives here. And you gotta help him out, and he'll be like, yes, thank you, I will give you my pickaxe so you can go and mine minerals. It's a lot of fun. I'm liking this so far. A lot less annoying than some of the other jams that I've done recently. And here's like another little guy. He's got like red crystals. So like this could be like copper, for instance. We would have to figure out an interact system and UI for it. What's this? Not quite sure. So yeah, we would have to populate a bunch of these little things. And we fall in the water again. Yeah, I'm starting to see this come together. So we could have like two scenes. Maybe the water is like really shallow and we just treat it like ground. Okay, here's some more people we could interact with. All these areas are like really big. Like, this could be like a military camp or something. It's like we could make like over here, like if we get rid of some of this stuff, that could be the way to get to the town, or even like straight through there maybe. I didn't see any signage necessarily. So like we could play around with some of the terrain. And then if we come back over here, this leads us back to the bridge, to the goddess. It's like maybe the people will give us like faith or something. And we can use faith to upgrade their buildings. Although that seems pretty complicated. Maybe we just help them and it turns on their little buildings. Yeah, this looks like it would be a good spot to have like a connection to the town. So we would just need a way to indicate that to the player somehow. It's like they come over here and maybe this triggers loading zone. Then when they come back in, it triggers here. Yeah, these look so good, man. They look so good together. Alright, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go get the URP version of this. And sign up for Mixamo. I don't know if there's a limit to the number of characters and animations that you're allowed to get on Mixamo. That could put a damper on this. Like this whole area down here. I think this is off the edge of the world. Yeah. So we'll have to put colliders on the scene. Maybe enable some sort of fast travel as well. I didn't think I'd be able to get back up there, but apparently I can. Look at that mine cart. That looks so good with the light right there. Although, like, the collision is kind of weird, but I'm not going to worry about that. I've seen my fair share of janky collision in games before. Yeah, like, I really kind of want to, like, put these two up right now, but I want to get the, better working asset. And also we'll fix the water collider. Alright. Let's go back to our GDD a second. Scene transitions from forest to village. Start in the forest near the fountain. The deity will see why you're here and gives you your mission, telling you to head south across the bridge towards the town. And point. What are our characters' names? Alex, Clementine, Sky, Sticker, Xander. See, if I were working with a team on this, where we had like 2 weeks to do it, I would have it so like you could select which one of these guys you want to be your character. Um, I don't know how difficult that would be, so let's add that to the list of things. Right, like that would be something pretty cool. Not a lot of Game Jam games do that. Hey, Paint and Code, what is the idea of the jam? The jam again is in the theme, aside from just having the models. So the theme is evolve. So what I'm thinking is core loop will be to gather resources to give to the people of the village after completing their quests that their character and their home will evolve into a much better state than when you first found them. So I think if we just focus on the gathering aspect of it first, because there are plenty of other resources in the game, right? Like we could find somebody wants flowers, somebody wants wheat, somebody wants cheese, somebody wants alcohol, somebody wants crystals, somebody wants copper, that kind of thing. Maybe we set aside the farming aspect of it. So like the farming aspect could be a stretch goal. So basically, it's like a series of fetch quests. So, say cozy place with like a bunch of kids from the modern era. Up to you and your friends. Use your knowledge of the future to help them grow and evolve, both as individuals and as a society. Um, um, okay. Mm-hmm. Evolved as in what way? So evolved as in getting a better YouTube functionality. So if you look at the assets that I have here, so let's just save this scene and go back for a second. So see how we have like all these like really nice houses and such here? Oh, they do have signage. Cool. I was worried about that. So see how they have like all these really nice houses and stuff? So what I was thinking is I also have these little tents here. So I could have them all start off in living in little tents. And then as you help them out, it gets upgraded into better housing. And so the idea would be that you go around to every person in the village and you upgrade their situation until they get like a really nice house. And so like some people, they'll just go from, you know, the tent to this kind of a house. Maybe they'll have multiple quests where they go from this type of a house to this type of a house to this type of a house to this type of a house at the end. Something like that. And so the idea would be that we run around the village, we talk to these people, right? So I would come over to this tent here. There would be a person here. I would push a button. I would say hello to them. I would find out what they want. So let's say that they want, I don't know, sunflower, right? Okay. So, and then like day and night will pass. So they need a sunflower by tomorrow. So I go looking for a sunflower. Here's a sunflower. I come over, I hit interact, I pick up a sunflower. I run back to the person at the tent here. I give them the sunflower, their tent disappears, and it turns into a nice little cottage here. Yay, they're so happy. Right? So like somebody else could want like some cheese or something. So I run over to some like other side of the village here. Running into trees, of course, as one does. So let's see. Oh, look, here's some cheese, right? So I come over, pick up the cheese, I run back, I give it to them. And then there'll be like this little walled off section here. So you'd have like guards or something, and then you wouldn't be allowed to cross over here because I would put like colliders and stuff to prevent you from jumping over. Like as you upgrade in this part of the level, right, once everything is done, then you unlock this area, and then you get to help all these people as well. And then you go through, and then you have to get to this final area. So basically just turning the town from like a tent city, homeless shelter, into a thriving medieval metropolis kind of thing. And maybe like this area could be like the last area, actually. Or this could be like your home. And so like your home, as you help out the people, they do more things for you. And so your home winds up getting better and better and better. So something I could do is take, where was it? These little signs that were over here. Where were they? Probably be faster if I just do... If I just restart it. So like I could take like these little signs and make them interactable too. So like you click on it and it'll tell you certain things like about like what's this way, what's the other way. So like I could put one of those on that little hilltop manor, or maybe like this could be your house. This is like nice and cozy. The only thing I don't like about this model pack is like look how small the doors are. But it's... I'm not going to complain, because we got all this basically for free. Well, not for free, I paid for the assets, but we didn't have to sit here and spend all this time building this. Right? So I could do like, I could use some of the assets and do like a little bit of tweaking to it. But for the most part, I'm just going to kind of leave the village as is. Maybe I'll throw like a mini map on there, so you can kind of navigate your way around. Okay. So like that really cool windmill here. I'm actually really curious about this windmill. Where is that? Here. Yeah, that's got like that rotator script on it. So that's pretty cool, I think. And so depending on how much time we have, I could add like cooking or crafting or farming, but for the most part, we're probably only going to have enough time to do like a little fetch quest / dialogue type thing. What is the company called that's hosting these assets? The company is called Genies. You know, like as in like Aladdin and the Genie. So, Genies. Okay. So they make these little avatars that people use on, like, I guess TikTok or something. Or Facebook. So they made it so that they can work with the Unity's third-person controller. So the character controller and the third-person controller. So if I come over to our player, so they have a bunch of models. That they made, and they work with the Mixamo animations as well, because they use the standard avatars. So we get 5 of these, and we can put them, you know, out and about throughout the world to do whatever. Mostly I'll just have them, depending on how much time I have, I might do a character select thing where, like, you get the option, like, you can play as this chick, you can play as this chick, you can play as this dude, you can play as this dude, chick, you can play as this dude. So, we'll see how much time I have. That would be a nice to have thing. Really like the idea, sounds like a fun concept. However, beware of Genies, they have a bad reputation due to their shady rug pull in the past. Not sure if it was about NFTs or not, but beware. Yes, there is the monkey's paw phenomenon. In fact, there was actually a movie, but with Tilda Swinton. Tilda Swinton and Idris Elba. Yeah, 3,000 Years of Longing. So she plays like this sort of like archaeologist type character who finds a magic bottle that has Idris Elba as a genie, and the whole movie is basically just him kind of telling his story, and she's very wary of him because, like, you know, she's researched all these stories about genies and they're like tricksters who will corrupt your wishes, and he's trying to be like, no, I'm not like that, and explaining why. So it's a very good movie. Obviously they both do a really good job in that. So I'm not going to spoil the movie, but it's got like sort of a romantic plot in it. Yeah, so like this is the bottle that she finds. Someone apparently made fan art of it. Anyway. Aladdin, the Lost movie. Kinda. Alright, so let's get our GDD finished here. So, dialogue is something that we're going to have to figure out at some point. I kind of don't want to do that now. Kind of want to sleep on that. Um, sure do have a big plan, which is a huge step up from my previous 3D project, so nice. So again, part of that is, number one, we have like almost twice as long. Before we had 4 days, now we have 7 days. Okay. I also have a little bit more experience under my belt, feeling a little more comfortable with using the input system, using 3D pipelines, not being afraid to use assets. We also did a bunch of planning beforehand, right? Coming up with idea generation. It also helps that I have certain assets already made that just so happen to work with the characters that are already here. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble because I would be floundering around trying to find something that works. So that was a little bit serendipitous. Also having familiarity already with Mixamo and the fact that Genies was very kind enough to actually make it so that their assets work with that. So that will be something that we have to figure out. So don't give me too much praise yet, because even though we have a lot of this already set up, there's still a lot of work I have to do if I want to make this work. We've pretty much just got a little test playground at the moment. We don't really have a game yet. So yep, it's very cool. I'm actually very happy with the progress that we've done so far, and not even, well, only a little more than 5 hours into this. I guess that's only because you do 2D stuff, and seeing anything 3D related is just a whole new realm. Yep, I feel exactly the same way, right? Um, Today you have to edit a video, so you can't say much unless you're planning on doing all-nighter, which you can later, or join in a few hours. I'm not sure how long I'm going to go. I'm probably not going to do an all-nighter, considering I already did 5 hours of streaming earlier today. So it would probably behoove me to only do like maybe another hour or two, and then go to sleep and just get a fresh start in the morning. So we will see. But you are always free to watch the VOD. All right. Take care, Pain and Code. Um, we're not going to worry about integration for this. Um, all right. I'm going to take another break. I will be right back in a minute. I went ahead and got the URP version of the Forest Pack, which apparently was free, I guess because I already had the built-in renderer pipeline version. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Alright, so our minimum viable product will be able to a character running around, talking to NPCs, and be able to pick up items from the world, store them in your inventory, and give them way to other characters to complete some objectives, upgrade housing as a result. Okay, so stretch goals: farming, crafting, cooking, character select, additional areas, mining, wood chopping, shops, upgrade system, time loop mechanics. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that. Domains will be prototype, UI, dialog system, quests, or I guess story, quest objectives, or I guess we'll just call this quests. All right, so insert table, day, thing, done. Something tells me we're going to need a lot of these. Let's go one more. Alright. If I get through that, that'll be quite substantive. Okay. Day one. Testing. Check Genie's asset pack. Test drive character controller. Source 3D model packs. Use guides with character assets, close research, demo scenes. Okay, so research, Mixamo, what else do we need to research? I'll come up with something later. All right, so things that we're going to need to do, like as a priority, is refactor input system. Factor input handling system, add and modify. Okay. refactor character controller. You have more modular functionality, additional states, additional power. Source animation from Mixamo. Little system. Apply to prefabs. GDD. Timer, time, event system, rotate, trigger, script, sun, directional light, clean up, transition, down to forest, add bridges, scene management, add triggers to scenes, create bootstrapper, singletons, containers, and for tracking actions inventory. Else. This is. Cordon off. They'll go on around perimeter. Add event triggered barriers. Districts. Model. Houses we work as tents. Create script for any models. Import save system, store global inventory and Boolean milestones. What else? Store housing state and NPC progression state. Load states when entering scene. Loading screen. Main menu options. Input. Rebinding. What else? Pause menu. System. What else? So get the inventory done. Quest system. And JSON. That's going to be a lot for one day doing all of that. Like, these are similar enough they could probably go together, especially since I have our factory here. So but yeah, that's like a lot of stuff on day 4. Um, this should be relatively easy because, again, combining the fact that we already have a system for auto-generating scriptable objects, but also this is something that CodeMonkey already kind of did in a number of his tutorials, including his Kitchen Chaos course. So it's pretty much just A and B, and we kind of already did this already for Spellweaver. right? So the recipe station would just be another interact system. And then obviously day 7. That is our general plan for the week. So, been going almost 6 hours here. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to decide if there's anything else that I want to do before we sign off for the evening. Yes. So let's get rid of all of this, actually. Right, so let's get rid of this entire thing. So that's going to take a minute. Then we'll re-import both of the URP assets. Close this out. Not sure who you belong to. Let's go back to our package manager. So get this one. So we'll load in the URP ones. That should work with our current render pipeline system. So we shouldn't have any problems with the assets and the materials for the shaders. So we'll just confirm that in the 2 demo scenes again. Our one sample scene that we made with the bridge is probably going to break, but not terribly worried about that. Trying to think what else could be possible. So, due to limited time, probably not going to be able to do super deep and interesting dialogue with everybody. I also want to try and like consolidate both the scenes into, or get them out of the packages. Okay, looking forward on that. We could look at the documentation for Dialogue Maker, I guess, and just see how difficult it is to actually set that up. Supposedly it's very easy. Guessing that the demo scenes between these two are exactly the same, just using the different materials and different shaders and pipelines. Okay. I'm guessing a lot of this stuff is reused across the multiple ones. I think I can probably safely turn my phone back on. I don't think I'll be getting spam callers at 2 o'clock in the morning like I was getting earlier during the lecture. Okay. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that. Little Heroes Mega Pack. Let me look up what that was. Assets folder. Search. Is this the one that I think it is? No, that's like sort of like the Minecraft style that I probably got from like a Humble Bundle or something. Which is a style I'm not particularly a fan of. Oh, and it's deprecated. Very nice. Even better. Are there any other assets of mine that we would like to bring in to the fold? Status effects and auras, maybe? Because that was a lot of fun before. And actually the fire one could be really useful. Just so you can see what I'm working on here. Apparently I got this at some point. Again, probably from a Humble Pack. Which, again, I'm not particularly a fan of the Cinti style. Yes. Since I was just talking about a loading screen. Let's actually add that to our GDD. I already have that. We don't need a gigaton of those cramming up our project. Yes, update assemblies. That is very good. Is that going to be because I have Text Mesh Pro and it's going to want me to put that into the assembly? We'll put this over here for now. All right. So I will read through a bunch of this stuff off screen so that you don't have to sit here and watch me reading, because that's not very fun. Oh, interesting. I'm already excited about this. You just had like a whole bunch of tips, like Breath of the Wild style. All scenes. Scene asset. Backgrounds. Ooh, fascinating. That's super cool. That animator controller. That actually seems like really super simple. I hate when people use this notation, I really do. Wow. Alright. That's like really super cool. How did I get that thing back? Wow, it even comes with music and everything. Add that to the list of software we're using. Oh yes. Do we need Odin? How badly do I want Odin? Maybe for quests. We do need it for our factory thing. Fuck it, I'll get it. Better to have and not need. Oh, they have fonts in this the loading screen too. Which that is something else that I should be importing is all of our fonts. Excuse me. I have no idea what this means. Copying the file failed. The process cannot access the file. What? What does that even mean? Nobody knows what it means, but it's provocative. Thank you. Okay, right. Fonts. All right, let's see what these fonts look like. Let me guess, you are text fonts, not TMP fonts. And I have to make assets out of you. I guess I could maybe look up on Google. Google fonts. See if they're on here. So Alpha Siab 1. Alpha Slab 1, okay. Bebas new. Bubblegum. That's not bad. That could work for our purposes. Rojani. Rousseau 1. Maybe. Alright. Very well. No. Alright, I'm getting tired of this song. So we have different styles, it looks like. Neat. Ah, there we are. Loading type. Skip type. So I'll have to look up and see what these do. I think I have an idea, but it'd be nice to have that confirmed. Use build settings as fallback. Use synchronous load as fallback. Okay, I see no reason to change any of that. Okay, eventually we'll need a graphics folder for like all our UI and such. Okay, what else? So let's come back here to our scenes. So we've got our demo scenes. I don't want no demo scenes. That's the wrong one. That's the lake still acting purple. Although that all looks gorgeous. Still the lake. Why still the lake? Shader error in flame. Rendering. I mean, I'm sure I could probably make like a water shader in Shader Graph. With like caustics and all that crap. Apparently it's a busy little beaver here. Alright, so I'm gonna need to decide whether I want to actually do that. If this doesn't work. It'd be nice if it just worked. Probably going to be ending soon because it's already 2:30 in the morning. At this stage, there's no reason for me to stay up. And pull all-nighters. Still early days. But I do want to see whether this works or not. Really hope it works. I do know that Unity has their own built-in water system as well, which I have not had a chance to play with. I don't necessarily think that this is the time to do that either. Dialogue system is doing weird things, but I kind of don't care about that. I want to know why the water shader isn't working. Alright, so why are you not working? What if I water normal? We got deep color, shallow color, much blending and stuff. Saying you failed to compile. Water fountain. So does that mean like these cooking prefabs don't work? That's a shame. What is this shader that it's having such issues? Unity shader showing up as pink. Material is a single shader, and the shader determines which options are accessible in the material. If the shader is not compatible with the target platform or rendering pipeline, it may appear pink. Compilation error. The pink material usually indicates that the shader cannot be loaded due to a compilation error. Check the console for any suspicious messages. Incorrect shader type in the bridge plugin. Not a number. Missing or incorrect URP setting. Custom shaders may appear pink if they are not designed for universal. URP sets default shader in the graphics setting. How to make shader work with URP? saying replace CG ink in food files. With their HLSL equivalents, URP uses HLSL, high level shading language. Okay, that's not the issue. Update your shader code to use the correct URP specific features and functions. Example, in URP, use transform object flip instead of unity object flip. SRP core space transform. Okay. Ensure your shader is tagged correctly. Your P is a single pass forward renderer, so only the first universal forward pass will be used. If your shader has multiple passes, make sure each pass is tagged with a specific light mode. Okay, consider using shader graph or VXF graph. Okay, so in the time that it's taking me to figure this out, you know, I probably could just make my own shader graph. Water shader. So let's do that. Already installed. Okay. Okay, so what do we want to do here? What I want to do is not be listening to Red 2 all the time. Let's see, we'll need a time node into Voronoi. Let's see. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Float. Low speed. Slider 0 to 10. Okay, that's pretty good. Maybe instead of a texture, we do a color. Why did I not see a preview? Okay. I like that better, because then we can say like this. And we can just change the direction of it. That seems fine. What else can we do here? What else can I do? Doing what I don't. So it would seem to me, before we apply the color, that we would want to kind of split this off. But if, before we put this in the Voronoi, before we put that in, put that in 1 minus. Because it's a texture tool, so this is called Shader Graph. This allows you to make shaders visually rather than through code. For somebody like me, who is more of a what you see is what you get kind of person, it's a lot more intuitive. Or at least it would be. Except that I have a hard time kind of visualizing what it is that I actually want here. I've just gotten that from here. Kinda. Hey, Krios. That's the stuff that you cannot get to work in Unreal. It works fine as the downloadable, though. Yeah. WebGL is a bitch sometimes. That looks better. No, sir, I don't like it. Trying to do water texture without looking it up. I mean, I could look it up and probably get this done in 5 minutes, but... Yeah, I've heard about the Among Us texture. So, for those who don't know, so how to draw water, draw an Among Us. Right. Keep the line art separate from the base. Roughly fill the outlines. Add more lines and erase to your liking. Use free transform and duplicate the layers. Darken copy layered. Set to multiply. Refine and adjust the shadows. So let's see. I actually do have water textures in my Calponics pack. You could theoretically use one of these. Just go with that for now. Ooh. Those look pretty good. I don't know why this isn't showing up. Only thing is, this one is too dark. What if? Alright, we're gonna call that good enough. Alright, so back to you. So instead of that water, I'm gonna go with pure water. Hey. Pretty good. Except that speed is way too fast. I think that's kind of the direction we want it to go. So let's just make all of these have water. With all right, let's try that. Bring our player character back in. Prefabs. Where's your grounded layer? We'll also just say that water is part of your grounded layer for now. Okay. Hey, cool, look at that. Got a nice pretty pretty looking water well here. And let's go check out the water. We still gotta do fire. But that's okay, because Brandon has a shader for that. So, for now, we'll just pretend that we can walk on water. And that is moving like way, way too fast. But I mean, it's something. At least it's not pink. If it was pink, we would have a problem. And we got some kind of purpley water here. This is actually really fun. Like, just moving in this environment feels really good. I really want, like, a dodge roll, though. Even though it's, like, completely out of place. Alright, I feel like the water should be moving at maybe half the speed that it currently is. Where is that water effect? Yeah, that's a little more normal. Speaking of normals, it's too bad I can't get actual normals to work on that. Because it looks kind of flat, but... Also, should probably do something about these. Like all these rocks and stuff. Give them collision. Do we want to work on fire? It is getting kind of late, but I am kind of having fun with this. I almost want to work on like the eye interactable system. And you all have mesh colliders. They're going to be really smart or really dumb. So far, seeming really smart. That part's seeming really dumb. Alright, what is this rock over here that we are seemingly going through? You. That is kind of frustrating. How we can just go right through that. You, what the hell are you? Weird. What are you, Cliffrock 1 LOD 0? LOD 1. that's going to be kind of annoying if I have to go through all of those. I guess it fixed this one. Alright. Time to do some bullshit. Cliff Rock 2. Hopefully I don't have to do too many of these. At least I kind of get the pattern, so I can do it pretty quick. Alright, hopefully that should fix all the collisions on these. And it seems to have. Hooray! Kind of. So, what the hell are these? What are you? You do not have a collider. That is not a prefab. I'm noticing that's an asset. Weird. See how these are all like normal blue boxes, whereas this has got like blue with white on it and like tape going across? That means that that's an asset, whereas this is a prefab. So, a bunch of these rocks here don't have colliders on them. Do I really want to go through and add colliders to all of these? I kind of don't. At least not tonight. Okay. So what else can we do? It is almost 4 in the morning. You've recently been thinking about getting into Python? Nice. So I was looking at the other day, there's a game that kind of teaches you how to do Python. It is called yeah, the farmer was replaced. Basically, you code little drones in Python. Alright, let's sign up for Mixamo. Apparently I already have an account. Well, that makes life easier. Alright. Characters. What was the game called again? It's called The Farmer Was Replaced. Oh, interesting. Do not show me this again. Get this sort of gypsy character. FPX for Unity. That seems like a good idea, right? T-pose, original pose. You can T-pose, that's fine. Where is this going to download to? That's the real question. Go into butterfly effect. Assets. New folder. peasant girl. Okay. We'll take this one. You're also about to get your certification for internet security. Nice. Call this one Nymph. Hopefully we get to use all these. Get like a generic guard. Girl Scout. A lot of zombies apparently. Kind of like this card better. Maybe get this one too. I don't know how big these are either. Like, who decided to name this guy Brady? He looks kind of like a noble dude. So he could be like the local lord, I guess. Nightshade. Can we just get like some regular people, please? Sure. Sadly, like, there's like 3 archer females that all look the same. Well, I guess that's it for characters. I guess that's why the Unity Asset Store has a bunch of characters. Well, they have harvesting. Watering. They do have swimming, apparently. Entire farming pack. While we're waiting for that to load, let's go see if our other characters made it in. Hmm. So they did make it in, but they don't have their textures. So that's somewhat unfortunate. But I mean, otherwise they kind of seem like they all fit. So like, I don't mind that they're necessarily bigger than the other characters, because they're supposed to be adults and our guys are supposed to be like kids. Although this one is really tiny. I guess that's fine. You could be like a little girl or something. So my question is, why, oh why, did you not import with your textures, sirs and madams? Oh, look. When downloading a Mixamo model as Unity FBX, ensure that the material folder is included in the download. If not, create a new material. Apply the texture to it. E. I don't like that. Like, these would be perfect, more or less, if, you know, if only they had their textures with them. Alright, let's see. First of all, let's go back to characters. Alright, let's take a look at this peasant girl. Because I really like this model. It really fits the aesthetic we're going for. Like, it's not giving me information for texture data. Nope, I have, well, I wouldn't say at all. It's I haven't done anything with Blender since maybe college, and I haven't done anything with Maya since like high school. It's like 20 years. Oh, is that the problem? Did we not, Oh, I just downloaded the farming pack. Okay, well... apparently we downloaded all these animations with our girl here. Here it is. Ah. Apparently we had to extract the textures, chat. Alright, now let's see. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Huzzah. Beautiful. Good enough for government. Alright, so now we can go and get all these. Can I just get these from the trash, maybe? Rescue them? Can I, please? Maybe? No? How about if we do that? You're staying in college, you need to do it all. You'll be 50 taking more classes? Okay. I get rid of all this metadata. No. Okay. Fine. We'll do it again. Just restart this. Okay, thank you. And we got the nymph. Thought there was another better guard. Here we go. All right, let me see if there's like free guys on here. We have weapons. Low poly modular armors. Low poly medieval peasants. I don't necessarily want low poly, but... Hmm. 3D medieval instruments, Kriaz. Medieval strings. Medieval hammers could be useful. Beer icons. Like, they don't even have like a medieval tools thing here. Blacksmith would have tools, I guess. Farm pack. Low poly, though. Another blacksmith. Alright, I'm starting to get tired, so we're gonna have to wrap it up soon. And then continue this tomorrow. Gold mining. Oh, that's like 2D stuff. All right, Krios, have a good night. Animated PBR chest. Yeah, that's kind of disappointing. Maybe. Yeah, that's all 2D UI stuff. Don't care. Sure. Yeah, I'm East Coast in New Jersey. So it's like after 4 a.m. here. Alright, someone tomorrow remind me that I got this little chess thing. In fact, why don't we just resolve this right now. Let's make sure that this guy's all important. Where did our present woman go? I guess she disappeared. This person, this person, this person. Yeah, it does look good. Think about how much better it'll look once we have a whole bunch of people in our world. Why are you so small, though? Anyway. So, glad we got those textures working, because that looks really good. So then, we have to get animations going on them, so they're not just sitting here T-posing, like praise the sun. But I think that is where we're going to leave off for today. We've been going for about 8 hours. That is a full day's work just on this one simple game jam. Tomorrow will be another day. And if you like this video, if you enjoy the work that we do here, make sure to leave a like, share, subscribe, and consider supporting us, either by purchasing some of the lovely assets that we have down in the description, such as our books or our games or our apps, or become a channel member, support us on Patreon and Coffee, and get access to all sorts of member perks. But for now, I'm going to go to sleep, and I will see you all tomorrow.